Good morning, everybody. I will speak in Arabic, so you can put the headset, please. صباح الخير جميعا. قبل أن نبدأ بالبند 6.1 أعطي الكلمة لستيفانو لاطلاعكم على آخر المتغيرات. تفضل ستيفانو.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to all the members of the Council. I just wanted to update you a little bit on the program for today. So, as originally scheduled, the session will start with item 6.1, which is the modification of the strategic and operating plans. But we believe that already in the morning, other two items can be considered. That is item 6.3, the process of preparation for the maximum expenditure, and 6.4, the updated descriptions of the regional programs. This is for the morning meeting. For the afternoon meeting, that will start as scheduled with the draft strategic plan. This is item 6.2. And this, we believe, that can be followed by a couple of items from the morning of Friday. That is item 5.9, consideration of oversight reports. That is the report of the Internal Oversight Office, 5.9 parenthesis 2. And then followed by the Human Resource Report and the Procurement Report under 5.10. We will see during the day how this goes, but this is the initial plan for the day. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
شكرا ستيفانو. إذن سنبدأ الآن بأول بند في جدول أعمالنا لهذا اليوم، البند 6.1 التعديلات على الخطتين الاستراتيجية والتشغيلية للفترة ما بين 2026 حتى 2027 في ضوء التحديات المستمرة المتعلقة بالتحديات المالية التي تواجه المنظمة العالمية للأرصاد الجوية. وكما تذكرون فقد ناقشنا هذا البند خلال جلسة يوم الثلاثاء، والآن أدعو الدكتورة سارة جونز لتقديم موجز. تفضلي.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good morning, everybody. Just following up from the discussion, the feedback that we got during the session where we presented the results of the task force, I just wanted to make a few comments on that. And the first is that as the President has already said in his introduction, that we're now back in the here and now. We've spent quite a lot of time looking at where the organization should be going in 2028 to 2031. But now we're back in 2026 and 2027, and we're looking at how to deal with the severe problems in liquidity that we currently have. And this was very much the mandate of the task force. The task force was not mandated to look at long-term priorities. It was not mandated to change the priorities set by Congress that we have in Congress decisions, but really to provide a basis on which the Secretary General could make decisions about the organization and the basis on which our different bodies could make decisions on how they implement what had been decided by Congress. So when we presented the prioritization, we were doing it very much for looking at this year and next year. So we had a clear set of priorities that are in the tier one, which are key for the operational, the functionality of the organization. We had priorities that are in tier two and in tier three that are very important for the long-term health of the organization, but we recommended that they could be deferred or could be downscaled. So we do have a recommendation, and task force put a lot of time and effort and a lot of discussions in producing a set of priorities to recommend to Executive Council. And just to remind you that this was done in a very concrete way, the task force identified areas where within the task force there were different views. They discussed those views and they came up with opinions for each of these outputs that said these are the reasons why we're considering the outputs for different tiers, and then came to a viewpoint to bring this recommendation to Congress. Excuse me, getting confused, to Executive Council. And I think every member of the task force could have come and said, let's put these in a different combination, and we could have got a slightly different picture, especially if we put our glasses on for our particular countries, our particular priorities. But the task force as a whole came to this overall picture with a lot of granularity. And finally, I think it's important also to recognize that we have a recommendation asking Executive Council to endorse this prioritization. And the next recommendation is asking Executive Council to really put the work of turning this recommendation for a prioritization into concrete savings. And that work is being requested that the Secretary General will do that in consultation with the presidents of Technical Commission, Chair of the Research Board, and the presidents of the regional association. So it's a basis for the Secretary General and the other people named to work with. And through that, there's a large representation of the membership because of the functions of the presidents of regional associations, of Technical Commission, Chair of the Research Board, to come up with a package that uses the tiering that the task force developed to make the decisions on what is feasible, what is manageable, and what preserves the long-term health of the organization while retaining liquidity. So I hope that helped to give you a little more context out of the very long discussions in the task force. Thank you.
شكرا لك سارة لتقديم هذا الموجز. أود أن أدعو الدكتورة آسيا لتقديم مسودة مشروع القرار 6.1/1. تفضلي آسيا.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have received on the resolution only two proposed edits in relation to request the Secretary General point 4 and 5. Yes, here. So capacity development has been added in point 4 by Mr. Koshkun, as well as to read as to ensure that such examination prioritizes the preservation of core operational regulatory coordination, capacity development, and enabling functions. And under 5, the addition from Mr. Koshkun as well is including as appropriate subsequent updates on the implementation of the prioritization measures and their impact on program delivery. We also received, and we're ready to show it on the screen, proposed edits to the annex to the resolution, provided that the advisors of Mr. Graham would like to introduce this requested change, which has not been reflected in the draft 2 when it was issued.
شكرا لك يا آسيا. والآن المجال مفتوح لأي ملاحظات أو تعليقات من قبلكم. تفضل. آيرلين تفضلي.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues. We had sent something into plenary a couple of days ago on that paragraph 4 to have a suggested addition of, while also taking into account impacts on least developed countries, small island developing states, and national implementation capacity. But it's not showing up there. Perhaps it was considered that capacity development would have been enough, but we wanted to be sure that the special circumstances would be considered. If it were considered and dismissed, that's one thing. Thank you.
شكرا لك.
Yes, no, Arlene, it was an omission given that you were going to raise the issue here in session and we're going to include it now. Apologies.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Graham.
As we stated during the task force meetings, during the Financial Advisory Committee, and earlier this week, we do not believe that the following outputs align with the WMO's mandate and our operational priorities. Climate policy activities and socioeconomic studies under Strategic Objective 1.2, Strategic Objective 4.0.2 on supporting and contributing to the UN Development System, Strategic Objective 5.4.11 on moving toward net zero to Tier 3. The WMO must focus on its core mandate, and these objectives do not make best use of the organization's limited time and resources. Thank you.
شكرا لك. تفضل يا آسيا. تفضل. رد على.
On the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We just included in the, can we show again the draft resolution? We just included the comment from Ms. Lang. You can now see it incorporated under 4. So I'm going to read it out again loud so that everyone can see and hear it. To ensure that such examination prioritizes the preservation of core operational regulatory coordination, capacity development and enabling functions, while identifying opportunities to defer or reduce supporting components where appropriate, while also taking into account impacts on least developed countries, small island developing states, and national implementation capacity. We also received in the annex, and I'm going to show you the changes that were suggested. They're marked in red in the annex. So under long-term goal 1, strategic objective 1.2, the proposal is moving to tier 3, the outputs that you see in red: enhanced implementation of climate science information for climate action, demonstrations and trainings in climate sciences and services, strategic arrangements, agreements with and subsequent contributions to international, regional, and national, contributions to climate policy frameworks through flagship climate reports, including socioeconomic impacts, and state of climate services reports. There are also suggested changes in long-term goal 5. At the very bottom, this is the output that is suggested to move to tier 3, moving towards a net zero plan. And they are also in long-term goal 4 at the very top. The output that you see here, which is basically the WMO contribution to the UN system. WMO supports and contributes to the United Nations Development System. So these are all the proposed edits.
تفضل سارة. تفضل.
Thank you very much. So perhaps I can give a little bit more background from the task force discussions. And so the proposal from the advisors to Mr. Graham to move a set of, I think there are 10 outputs that are prioritized currently in tier 1, 2, or 3, all of them into tier 3. So by doing so, as I said, the discussion, a lot of these outputs were considered, and indeed, for these outputs, the advisors to Mr. Graham stated that they considered these outputs to be lower priority, just as in other cases, other members of the task force had a minority view on how the prioritization should be taken. So this was part of the process of the task force. The outputs that are being considered here were, I think we can characterize them as outputs that the task force generally considered important to preserve, either because they support members directly, because they sustain the WMO's scientific and technical role, or because they are particularly relevant for members who have a more limited national capacity. So quite a number of these outputs are especially important for least developing countries, small island developing states, and less developed members who often rely on the WMO for access to authoritative information, to technical guidance, to training and support that may not be available through national resources alone. If we look at the 10 outputs, just to characterize them for you, because it's hard for you to see them in different parts of our very comprehensive table. Of the 10 outputs, 5 of these were placed in tier 1 by the task force through the establishment of a majority opinion in the task force with a minority opinion reflecting the intervention from the advisors to Mr. Graham. So they were placed, the task force recommendation to Executive Council is that these outputs are considered core outputs and important to preserve as is. So these included member support, capacity development support essential for members to deliver their mandate, and the flagship scientific and technical reports, which enable the WMO to support the work that the members do. One of the outputs is related to a fixed cost to the WMO's contribution to the UN system. So it does not have, however, it is prioritized. It does not have implications for resources in this year and next year, which is what we are talking about today. One of the 10 outputs is already in tier 3, so I think we don't need to discuss that further. And the remaining 4 outputs were placed in tier 2 by the task force. This was a recognition that savings could be explored, but this is a recommendation to the Secretary General in her work, supported by all the presidents and the chair of the research board, that she should investigate how cost can be saved, how it could perhaps be downscaled, but not recommending that this should completely be deferred. So these are the tier two. Just to remind you, the purpose of this tier 2 was really to try and unpack the core elements and the scalable elements, and relating, for example, to WMO's role in guidance in partnerships, providing technical advice and providing support to members. So we're talking here about a balance that was struck in the task force, in the role of the task force to advise the organization as a whole, rather than to look at the individual opinions and priorities. So just to try and give the room an impression of what sort of discussions went on, what sort of things we're considering here. And again, the task force did request that, and indeed recommend that, Executive Council follows the recommendation, endorses the prioritization so that the work can be continued on identifying how savings can be made in this year and next year. Thank you.
شكرا لك سارة. Bini?
Good morning, thank you. I think Mr. Mitchin had his flag up first, so we're happy for Mr. Mitchin.
No, go ahead.
Thank you, okay. Good morning, and thank you to members of the task force. There's clearly been a huge amount of work which has been undertaken. And to declare, we were not part of the task force, but we agreed, as stepping back from that, that members of EC and Congress would make the right decisions on behalf of all members. It was always going to be a thankless task to achieve the outcome you've delivered. And again, I would like to express my gratitude for that. You've undertaken a systematic set of activities and prioritisation, and agreement is a key tenet of multilateralism. So thank you once again. We have work to do, though. There is clearly a gap of 10 million Swiss francs. And clearly any further delays would delay implementation of the efficiencies which a number of members this week have spoken about, which we need to deliver. I would also point out WMO staff are looking at us to make clear decisions because they need prioritising their work going forward. And through a transformational change, that is not easy for WMO staff. And we have to think about the staff engagement and how we get the best out of them to deliver for this organisation. And I'm sure there are many members who would have put different things in different tiers and different categories, but we do not feel it's appropriate to open up the decision of the task force. And we trust those the technical boards and the research boards, to make the right decisions, to look at the tier 2 and take this forward without further delay. It is regrettable that some of this activity is stopping. As demonstrated by the task force analysis, none of this work is low priority. Most members have paid their full assessed contributions, which is not easy for some countries financially or politically. Those members who are paying are not getting their full benefits back, and we urge all member states who have outstanding contributions to bring them up to date as soon as possible. Thank you.
شكرا لك. ميشن تفضل.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was a member of the task force, and I'd like to, I guess, take a principled approach here, which is the task force went through a very significant process, as Sarah Jones has outlined. We consulted widely with our members. Not everyone's preferences are reflected in the list, and in fact, Australia or my preferences were not all reflected by the process. But restating it here in Executive Council is only one opinion or one voice amongst many that have already contributed to this decision. So my view is to leave this untouched unless there is a huge groundswell of support for a change to be made, because ultimately this is a reflection of the feedback provided by the community through the task force, and I think it's very dangerous for us to reopen that at this point. Let's get on with actually delivering the savings that are required. Thank you.
شكرا لك. رور or Cecile. Cecile. تفضلي.
Thank you, Chair. I want to take the opportunity. Many of my member colleagues have already applauded the work of the task force, and the Secretary General did so in her remarks the other day, but I think it bears repeating just to acknowledge what a tremendous accomplishment they were able to realize in the few months between when the tasking was given and the report that and the recommendations that they've made to this body was received. But it definitely bears repeating. I would also not be in favor of reopening that work. It's important to note that the task force included EC members and non-EC members who are not here today. And the other thing I would like to add is that we should also allow time for the Secretariat to undertake the review that the SG outlined in her presentation on Tuesday, I believe, which was a very rigorous, methodical approach to identify what was core and what is scalable. Because whether it's tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, there are some integratedness and integrated components of these activities that we would have to be very diligent and responsible in trying to unpack. So just want to reiterate again that I would prefer that we allow the Secretary General and the Secretariat to continue with the recommendations of the task force and finalize the review that has been presented to us.
شكرا لك سيدتي. Virginia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'avais déjà évoqué au début de la semaine la rigueur avec laquelle le travail de la task force avait été conduit. Je voudrais également insister ce matin sur l'urgence. La situation financière de l'organisation nécessite des économies, une optimisation du travail qui est mené. Le travail de la task force constitue une première étape solide sur laquelle nous pouvons nous appuyer, mais ce travail doit continuer. Et pour cela, ça suppose qu'un cadre clair soit posé aujourd'hui. Pour poser ce cadre clair, il est nécessaire d'adopter les recommandations de la task force telles qu'elles ont été établies, comme le résultat d'un compromis dans lequel de nombreux membres n'ont pas obtenu tout ce qu'ils auraient préféré obtenir, mais dans laquelle des orientations générales majoritaires se sont dessinées. Nous sommes aujourd'hui au sein du Conseil exécutif, non pas des représentants de nos pays, mais des représentants de l'ensemble de l'organisation, des pays membres de l'organisation, et c'est à ce titre que nous devons nous inscrire dans le travail très complet qui a été mené par la task force, des membres du Conseil exécutif et des membres du Congrès plus largement, pour reprendre leur travail et permettre au secrétariat général de poursuivre sa recherche d'économie. Merci.
شكرا لك سيدتي، شكرا. تفضلي أندري.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to apologize about my voice today. I wish to begin my expression and our appreciation to the task force on recommended modifications to the strategic and operation plans for 2026 and 2027 for the rigorous and inclusive process it undertook over several months to develop these recommendations. This was an intensive exercise requiring substantial work and careful deliberation across multiple rounds of consultation. We have carefully reviewed the recommendations and wish to express our strong support for retaining them in their original form without further modifications to the 3 tiers as presented in the annex to the draft resolution 6.1/1. Once again, we would like to thank the task force chairs and the secretariat for the continued effort for this matter. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لك سيدتي. لسك.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. Speaking as the President of the Services Commission, I'd just like to reiterate a few things here. 8 of the suggested changes to the work of the task force relate to long-term goal 1.2, which I am responsible for the delivery of on climate services. Each and every single one of those is not about setting policy. Let's be absolutely clear. We are the UN agency, specialised agency for weather, climate and water. Going back to what my friend Giuseppe Adiza said yesterday, if the WMO is not providing the authoritative science and technical advice into the UN system, whose job is it? Okay, so each and every one of those which are slated today for being deleted into tier 3, I would ask the question of the advisor to the United States, what UN body is therefore responsible for that authoritative science advice to inform policy? We're not setting the policy, we are that authoritative voice. So that's a very, very specific question, really, really important. So, yeah, I think I'm going to leave it there. I've been heavily involved in this whole process since September last year. All of the recommendations from the task force have been heavily informed by the management group of the Services Commission. We're comfortable, not happy, but we're comfortable with what the outcomes of the task force were, and we'll work obviously with the Secretary General on that. Hopefully they're supporting what I've just said as well. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك سيدي، شكرا. إلينا تفضلي. إلينا.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to thank once again for the... Sorry. Now it's good? Yes, thank you so much. I want to thank once again to all members of the task force. It was a very hard work based on the analysis and assessment to support the operating plan for the 2026-2027. Based on this analysis and assessment of each long-term goals and objectives, we establish priority of the core operational and normative function of the organization in order to serve members. For this reason, I support to remain at these long-term goals and objective that was established inside of the task force. Thank you so much.
شكرا لك سيدتي. Ivan, تفضل.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also want to reiterate the point that this has been really rigorous work. work. It has taken quite a bit of time. It has been very difficult for some of us to actually participate in the sessions that were looking at this work and the prioritization of the organization and its deliverables. And I do want to also point out that the task force included not just executive council members and non-members of the executive council, but it also included the presidents of regional associations. And it is important that the voice of the members was heard. I believe that the presidents of regional associations have their fingers on the pulse of their organization in conducting the affairs of the association, and also in actually looking at the prioritization of the work of the regional associations. And what has been the output of this task force actually represents the discussions that have taken place in the regional organizations, the regional associations, and bear in mind all the things that we believe could really be relegated to whether further consideration for what should be accepted, what can be afforded, and then those things that should really be deferred. So I believe that I am also in favor of holding the report as it is currently and not making any significant changes to this. It has really been considered, and it does take into consideration the views of the members of the regional association. Thank you.
شكرا لك سيدي. رور تفضل. رور سكالن.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In similarity with many others, I would also like to thank the task force for the substantial efforts they have put into this work. I was not myself a member of the task force. However, I have full trust in the significant work that they have conducted, and thus I support endorsing the prioritization as recommended by the task force. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
شكرا لك سيدي. شكرا رور. ستيفان.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Also in line with several previous speakers, I really applaud to the work of the task force. And I think given the financial challenges, they have taken it very seriously. And I really also would like to express my gratitude to the work. Also, when I hear the process about 10+ meetings, probably many in the middle of the night, and then really widely consulted with EC members as well as the regional association to make sure that the voice of all members we have the opportunity to consult that or to bring it in. So I really appreciate that. Also, therefore, I have a lot of trust. And what we see as a result here, I believe, is really a well-balanced approach, and therefore I also would like to express my support to actually, go on with the result of the task force. Thank you.
شكرا لك سيدي. شكرا. Moran.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would also like to sincerely express my gratitude to the task force. This is a huge amount of work that is being carried out. I'm hugely impressed by and trust the process that is being carried out so effectively. The broad and deep consultation with members. It certainly gives me confidence in the outcomes and the recommendations of this particular group. I'm struck by the urgency of the work that the WMO needs to start immediately. The challenges facing this organization are huge, but so is the necessity that's required now to drive the efficiencies. And we have, in my view, the right balance recommendations set out in front of us by the task force, following a considered debate and consultation with members and advice in relation to the different perspectives that were provided in the process. So I would certainly strongly recommend following the recommendations of the task force. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك سيدي. نيمورا تفضل. نيمورا.
Thank you, Mr. President. As one of the members of the task force, I'd like to make a comment. As already mentioned, the task force included not only the executive council members, but also representatives from all regions in order to reflect a wide range of views of this organization through intensive discussion. Therefore, I believe that its conclusions can be considered to well represent the views of the organization as a whole, and the result of the task force should be respected and fully taken into account for us to move forward. Thank you, President.
شكرا لك سيدي، شكرا. سيد لي تفضل.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We sincerely thank you, the members of the task force, of their considerable time and tremendous efforts in preparing this revised recommendation, and the secretariats for carefully summarizing and coordinating the outcomes of the discussion. So we support the outcomes of the task force, and we hope that the WMO will be able to overcome its current financial challenges and continue providing essential services to its members. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك سيدتي. Irene.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I wanted to also extend my appreciation for the tremendous work that was done by this task force in a very short period of time. It was very difficult, I'm sure. I was not a member of this, but given the importance of the WMO, especially to small island developing states, and on the screen there are some of the things that we really appreciate remaining, because right now for the Caribbean, for example, we're dealing with a very strong El Nino, which has a drought impact for us. And we need to support our small members in providing that information coming from WMO and its expert voice. And so I would like to ensure that this work continues to keep the organization going and to support movement forward, please. Noting that some of the things are not everything that we would want from this task force, because some things from a global perspective seem like lower priorities, but maybe very high impact on small island developing states or least developed countries, but especially with regard to things like early warnings for all. But we are in a mode of global interdependence in the WMO. This is the nature of what we do, being the organization that studies and provides services and infrastructure for weather, climate, and water, that by the nature of our organization, we're globally interdependent. And so we make compromises to move the work of the organization forward, understanding the importance of what we do for everyone around the world. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك سيدتي. مهبطرة.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning and good day to all of you. I also appreciate the excellent work done by the task force. It has been very representative by including the representatives from the various regional associations apart from the EC members. The work has addressed the various requirements, and especially the small island nations, least developed countries, or underdeveloped countries and developing countries, apart from the developed countries. I am sure that in this changing scenario, the recommendations made by the task force will help WMO to improve its services. Congratulations to the task force. Thank you.
شكرا لك سيدي. إذن أعطي الكلمة الأخيرة لستيفانو.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to recall what we explained at the beginning of the session, that if on any particular decisions, one member did not feel comfortable with the majority view, it is possible to record this in the course of the proceedings. In this case, this is a particular very detailed annex, so perhaps a footnote could be useful and incorporate if this is what you want. Thank you very much.
شكرا ستيفانو. إذن أولا أشكر فريق العمل الذي أمضى وقت طويل لعمل هذه الصياغة. وثانيا من الملاحظ أن الأغلبية العظمى تتفق على هذه الصياغة. ثالثا يمكن تسجيل ملاحظات الولايات المتحدة، وبهذا نعتمد مسودة القرار 6.1/1 للوثيقة 6.1. جراهام تفضلي جراهام.
We disassociate from the Executive Council's adoption of Resolution 6.1-1. We would like this reflected in the report of this session, that due to our concern regarding the Tier 1 priority placed on outputs on climate policy activities, on supporting and contributing to the UN development system, and on moving towards net zero. Thank you.
شكرا لك. شكرا. تفضل.
Colleagues, good day to everyone. And thank you for all your valuable contributions. I want to echo, of course, my congratulations to and my thanks to the EC Task Force. I've been participating in all the meetings of the task force, so I can attest for that great work and great discussions, and also dealing with different views. And I think that also the resolution in a way expresses that there was not always the same views, but this was the dominant view. And I think that we need to recognize this, the strength of this instrument for not only 2026, 2027, but also for how we structure our subsequent operating plans in a way that can be useful for you to follow in a more consistent way, and also identify following what you prioritize and the level of detail and granulated analysis that you've done. The Secretariat, or together with the President of the Technical Commissions and Chair of the Research Board, will use this as a very strong tool to improve our planning and operating plan. So I want to thank you all for your comments, for your work, and the chairs, both chairs of the EC Task Force and the members as well. Thank you very much.
شكرا للأمين العام. شكرا. إذا ننتقل الآن إلى البند 6.3 عملية الإعداد وعناصر الحد الأقصى للإنفاق للفترة المالية 2028-2031، والذي يتضمن مسودة مشروع القرار 6.3/1. وثيقة المعلومات 6.3 عملية الإعداد وعناصر الحد الأقصى للإنفاق للفترة المالية 2028 حتى 2031. أود أن أدعو السيد براين لتقديم مسودة المشروع القرار 6.3/1. تفضل براين.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues and delegates. So we presented the proposal for the
process and elements of maximum expenditure on Tuesday, so we won't make you endure that again. But we will go through now just the final elements of the resolution. There was a draft 2 created and then a subsequent whip created as well. We received comments primarily from Dr. Nomura, and then one was seconded by Dr. Lee as well. So with Mr. President, if possible, could we ask Dr. Nomura to introduce the edits made if you scroll down in the resolution?
تفضل دكتور.
Right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to all the people involved in developing the maximum expenditures for the 20th financial period. I overall support the proposed approach to develop 2 budget scenarios, 0 nominal growth and 0 real growth. Please allow me to make 3 comments to all proposed amendments. The first is about the outcome from the task force on recommended modifications to the strategic and operating plans for 2026 to 2027. The task force included not only the executive council members, but also representatives from all regions in order to reflect a wide range of views of this organization. Therefore, its conclusions can be considered to well represent the views of the organization as a whole. In this context, the consensus reached by the task force that the WMO's global operational systems and normative functions and research to operation activities should be prioritized is a significant outcome. Accordingly, in preparing the strategic and operational plan for the next financial period, the result of the task force should be respected and fully taken into account. The second point is about the financial uncertainties we are currently facing and may face in the future. The financial and liquidity challenges during this financial period have constrained the full implementation of the current strategic and operating plans. This point also should be considered when developing the maximum expenditures for the next financial period. In addition, we should be ready for financial uncertainty during the next financial period by developing sub-scenarios under 0 nominal growth and 0 real growth. It will be necessary to closely monitor ongoing financial challenges, and where there is a risk that such uncertainties may persist into the next financial period, we should develop corresponding sub-scenarios reflecting such circumstances and prepare operating plans under each sub-scenario. And such sub-scenarios should include the prioritization of output and allocation of resources, taking into account the outcome of the EC task force. For this reason, I'd like to add the new item in request of Secretary General paragraph. Last but not least, I'd like to propose adding a paragraph affirming that the WMO regular budget should be used for the purposes as defined in Article 2 of the WMO Convention regarding the purpose of the organization, aiming to clearly state the basic concept and the practice in terms of usage of a regular budget. My proposal has already been sent to the plenary and displayed on the screen. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا دكتور نيمورا. براين.
Yeah, so this has been available for a couple of days in draft 2, and then the whip only changed the attribution to Dr. Lee as well for the request to Secretary General. So thank you for that, Dr. Lee. The text is there on screen for any comments, Mr. President.
شكرا براين. المجال إذا مفتوح لأي ملاحظات. جراهام تفضلي.
Thank you, Mr. President. We support the development of a maximum expenditure proposal using a zero nominal growth baseline. We underscore that zero nominal growth provides the most appropriate framework for budget planning in the current financial environment. Any proposal for growth above zero nominal growth should be supported by a clear demonstration that available efficiencies and prioritization opportunities have been fully utilized and that proposed increases are necessary to support core mandates. We expect that prioritization of activities, ending the WMO's continual programming on climate change, and careful alignment of resources with the organization's highest priorities and mandates and deliverables. With that, we do support this decision for adoption. Thank you.
شكرا لك. شكرا لك. إذن أطلب من الأمانة تسجيل الملاحظات وإجراء التغييرات اللازمة إن وجدت. بهذا أشكركم، وتم اعتماد مسودة مشروع القرار 6.3/1. إذا ننتقل الآن إلى البند 6.4، النسخ المحدثة للبرنامج الإقليمي وبرنامج تنمية القدرات، والذي يتضمن الوثيقة 6.4 المسودة 2. مسودة المشروع القرار 6.4/1. أدعو الآن المنسق التقني للهيئات التأسيسية السيد جيكامو لتقديم الموجز. تفضل. تفضل. سيدك.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just a few slides to introduce the topic of this description of major programs. As you probably remind, since Congress 18, there has been a clear indication of the willingness by Congress to streamline WMO programs as part of the planning process. And this has been repeated in various instances, starting from Congress 18 in 2019, as well as in Congress 19 in 2023. Now, the reason why we are discussing here at the Executive Council the description of the major programs is because Resolution 62 mandated EC to approve for the next intersessional period the description of these major programs. You might recall that already in EC 78 to Resolution 25, 3 major programs were approved, the one on services, the one on extended World Weather Watch, and the expanded research program. Furthermore, Resolution 9 of EC 79 requested to present a refined description of the regional program and the capacity development program. So for the sake of completion, in the document 6.4, you will find all the description of the major WMO programs, but let's say that the real new parts are the one related to the regional program and the capacity development program. Next slide, please. Now, what are the major programs and how they fall into the planning process? Well, basically, the major programs are some kind of narrative description that creates a bridge between the strategic plan and the operating plan. And as such, it has content that helps supporting the clear definition of roles of the different actors. And by actors, I mean technical commission, research board, regional association, secretariat, and the role of members. So these description of major programs are not supposed to replace the budget structure, but they greatly help in developing the operating plan by allowing the right allocation of resources to the different actors involved in the implementation of these programs. Next slide, please. So this is a updated graphic from what was presented at EC 78, which basically takes into consideration the recent Secretariat reform. To be noted that the current description of major programs still relates to the current intersessional period, so the 24-27, and that part of the resolution also will request the relevant entities, the Secretariat, but also the TCC and PAC, to take care of the update of the description of the major program to be aligned with the next strategic plan and to be therefore presented to Congress 20 in 2027 for consideration and approval. Now, with this, I would pass the floor, if you allow me, to the Director of the Regional Coordination Office to introduce the newly developed regional program.
Thank you very much. So in terms of the regional program, next slide, please. I'm going to discuss the purpose and scope. So the regional program constitutes the core framework, WMO framework for coordinating the regional action. The idea is to translate global WMO strategies into regional outcomes. It ensures also that regional needs inform Congress and EC decisions. And obviously, it covers all 6 our WMO associations, regional associations. It bridges between WMO's global vision and also the operational realities of NMHSs. And it ensures that global priorities are not implemented in a one-size-fits-all way, but that they are adapted to the regional context. Next slide. Just in terms of the methodology, the regional needs are identified by members and the regional associations, and these are then fed into the WMO strategic planning processes, which are then translated into global programs and standards, and then refined as guidance, resources, and support. And we have in this process also continuous monitoring, evaluation, and learning. And I must emphasize that the loop is a continuous feedback loop and not necessarily a top-down one. So the regional experience shapes the global planning, and the global solutions are then adapted at a regional level. Next slide. So the key themes of the regional program are that we want to have regional coordination and cooperation, infrastructure, data and service delivery, multi-hazard early warning systems, advocacy and investment at the regional level, monitoring, evaluation, and impact assessment. And we want to ensure these actions at a regional, ensure regional cooperation and translate into real improvements in services and resilience. Thank you. Next slide. We also work very closely with capacity development and knowledge sharing. We're working with the capacity development program in the regions, and complementing the capacity development program. We translate global capacity priorities into regional action at the regional level. And the capacity development builds the foundation, while the regional program ensures that those capacities are relevant and also that they are usable in each of the regions. And specifically, we want to focus on training and regional centers, emphasize more South-South cooperation, and also knowledge sharing and innovation. I think the key takeaways from why the regional program matters is that it turns global strategy into regional and, more importantly as well, national results. It ensures member needs drive WMO planning. It strengthens NMHS capacity where it matters most. It enables partnerships, investment, and sustainability, as well as ensuring relevance, ownership, and impact. So the regional program is essential for closing capacity gaps and delivering that impact. I think without the regional programs, the global strategies will struggle to translate into real-world benefits. Thank you.
I have 2 slides to highlight the process, the consultative process, the structure, and also the main improvements we made to refine the program description, the capacity development program description. So the resolution 9 of the EC 79 requested the EC capacity development panel to finalize the refined program description of the capacity development program by EC 80. So the refinement process was both consultative and progressive. In the second half of 2025, the Secretariat launched the consultations under the guidance of the EC Capacity Development Panel, or ECCDP. The inputs were received from relevant Secretariat offices first, as well as from the technical commissions through their focal points. And the draft was reviewed by the 11th and 12th meetings of the ECCDP in 2025 and 2026, and also the technical coordination committee's second meeting in 2025, and also the TCC1 in 2026 were briefed on the refinement process, and subsequent adjustments were made. So the comments and suggestions received in this process were all incorporated into the draft. And we also made further adjustment to ensure consistency with the descriptions of other WMO major programs. Next slide. Okay, the main structure of the refined program. Now the program includes 1 pillar activity, which is resource mobilization and development partnerships, and also includes 2 subsidiary programs, namely the education training program and the voluntary cooperation program. So the ETRP the education training program, focused very much on the human resource development, including continuous professional development, competency-based education training, leadership and management skills, strengthening of training institutions, and support through the WMO Global Campus and regional training centers. And the VCP provides a mechanism for voluntary financial, technical, and in-kind contributions from members to support other members, particularly those that are under resourced. And a key feature of the refined description is that the capacity development program is structured as a transversal program. I want to highlight the key improvements introduced in the refining process. So the refined description frames capacity development across the 4 weather, climate, water, and related environment services value chain. And it recognizes that capacity development support is needed at every stage of the value chain, from observation, data management, forecasting, until service delivery and user engagement. It emphasizes the role of capacity development program as a transversal enabler, closely linked with all WMO programs. And The description also provides greater clarity on the respective roles of members, regional associations, technical bodies, research board, and the secretariat. And the refined description also reinforces the importance of resource mobilization and partnerships as essential enablers of the capacity development. The purpose, scope, and objectives have also been updated to reflect the evolution of WMO's approach, which is a broader approach of capacity development with stronger attention to institutional development, human resource, technology and infrastructure, partnerships, and resource mobilization. Yeah, that brings me to the end of the briefing. Thank you.
شكرا لكم، والآن المجال مفتوح لأي ملاحظات من قبلكم. جراهام تفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate the work that has gone into updating the description of the WMO's major programs, and we'd like to first express our thanks to the Secretariat and to the members who have contributed. Overall, this is a high-quality and valuable document. However, we do believe that a number of changes must be made before it is ready for approval at Congress next year. The document makes numerous references to policy frameworks to which not all members subscribe, and to efforts which are intertwined with policy advocacy and removed from WMO's core mandate. These include references to the Paris Agreement, Sendai Framework, and Sustainable Development Goals, among others. Removing these unnecessary references would streamline the program descriptions, allowing the text to focus strictly on WMO's specific scientific and technical mandates rather than broader policy contexts. We believe concentrating the descriptions on operational objectives and performance metrics would improve the clarity and conciseness of the document for review. This change would also reinforce the document's focus on the organization's unique role as an implementing body, rather than referencing broader international commitments that are not part of the WMO's unique remit. We also have concerns on the periodic review cycle of these programs to assess their efficacy, value for dollar, and alignment against the organization's core mandate, most especially in its capacity building and technical cooperation components. We further note that several of these programs include developing, integrating, or aligning data sets that are duplicative of other UN agencies. We therefore request that the ongoing review by the Technical Coordination Committee and the Policy Advisory Committee, as already requested in the decision, include focus on the removal of these references consistent with the position we have stated for the WMO strategic plan for the period 2028 to 2031. Thank you.
شكرا لك سيدي. سيد جاكومو.
Thank you very much for the comment. In fact, what we are seeing in the annexes are a description of programs that are valid for the current intersessional period. The resolution makes reference also to the need to develop and update those descriptions in view of Congress 20 and aligned with the strategic plan to be approved by Congress 20. But for the time being, the description refers to the current intersessional period 24-27. As such, we cannot change too much what has already been agreed in the strategic plan at Congress 19 for the current intersessional period. But of course, further work will be needed, and this will also be the topic of discussion at the sessions of Technical Commission coming up in October and November this year to make proposal for EC 81 on updated description of major programs related to them, and then further brought forward to EC 81 and from there to Congress for final consideration and approval. Thank you.
شكرا لك سيد جاكومو. Graham. إذا دعونا نأخذ استراحة كوفي ل20 دقيقة ثم نعود نكمل. شكرا لكم. مرحبا بكم مرة أخرى. Just to lead here, يعني they think they are on the lake. أدعو الآن المنسق التقني للهيئات التأسيسية السيد جيكامو لتقديم مسودة مشروع القرار 6-4/1. تفضل. أدعو الآن المترجمين. مرحبا. أوكي. أدعو الآن المنسق التقني للهيئات التأسيسية السيد جيكامو لتقديم مسودة مشروع القرار 6-4/1. تفضل سيد جيكامو.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you can have on screen, we will start from the last annexes, which relate to the capacity development program and regional program. And then we will proceed backwards towards the remaining annexes that relate to the research program, EWWW program, and services program. So in relation to this, if you can scroll down to look for any amendments proposed so far. I can't remember if there are any. There were no interventions so far on the capacity development program, and we have heard from our colleague, Dr. Ming-Mei Lee, about the general purpose of this. So if there are no further comments, we might move to the regional program. Okay, on the regional program, do we need to move? On the regional program, also, I think we didn't receive any comment. So if there are no requests for comments or amendments from the floor, we could move to Annex 2, 3, and 4, which, as I mentioned in the presentation earlier, were already approved verbatim at EC 78. If there are no other comments, then the last Annex 1 is basically the updated structure of how the major programs and the long-term goals are aligned, and what are the major roles of technical commission, regional associations, and other bodies. So this is slightly different from the version that was approved at EC 78 because of the Secretariat transition. But for the rest, it's the same concept. If there are no further comments, then I would give back the floor to the President to, with his permission, move considering the resolution itself.
إذن المجال مفتوح لأي ملاحظات من قبلكم؟ ألبرت تفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. And also I would like to thank the Secretariat for developing the different programs, and that we have today the program of education, capacity development, and the regional program. For sure, I think there was a lot of work in preparation of this document. So that's why I would like to thank them for this. And with this also, we will receive programs that we will be able to work on it during our period, and also especially the one of capacity development. It is important for the members of WMO to keep their professional development at a level, and that the organization, the WMO, will keep assisting the members in doing this. So I think this is a very good program that I'm prepared to give my agreement for the resolution that is attached to this program. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
شكرا ألبرت، شكرا لك. سيد مينغو تفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll do it in Spanish. Bien, primero agradecer a la Secretaría, a toda la OMM por este trabajo. También, así como a todos los grupos de trabajo que colaboraron, y fundamental para, evidentemente, no solo para los Estados miembros, sino evidentemente el colectivo, es el proceso de capacitación, el proceso de, sobre todo algo que la OMM siempre nos lleva a una estandarización. Tenemos que entenderlo de esa manera para que todos podamos tener la misma voz como miembros, como región y como, por supuesto, un ente técnico científico como es la OMM. Entonces, también, además de agradecer nuevamente el trabajo, quiero apoyar esta resolución. Gracias.
شكرا لك سيدي. إذن لا أرى أي ملاحظات، وبهذا أطلب من السكرتارية بتسجيل جميع الملاحظات من الأعضاء. ونعتمد إذن نعتمد مسودة مشروع القرار 6-4-1. شكرا لكم. إذن نظرا لتعاونكم تبقى لنا متسع من الوقت، ولعدم إمكانية نقل بنود الجلسة المسائية والغد الترجمة إذن نظرا لتعاونكم تبقى لنا متسع من الوقت، ولعدم إمكانية نقل بنود الجلسة المسائية والغد وحاجتكم للطاقة للمناقشات المسائية، نختتم الجلسة الصباحية الآن ونستكمل جدول الأعمال في تمام الساعة 2 بعد الظهر. والآن أعطي الكلمة لفريق الإعلانات. فريق الإعلانات، هل لديكم أي إعلان؟
Thank you, Mr. President. We have one sessional meeting on the subsidiary committee at which can start immediately when we have a break. Thank you.
Can we also mention the afternoon?
Subsidiary.
Sorry, just a suggestion, given the session
Sorry, just
committee
to
on
add
the
one
membership.
announcement. After the plenary session in the afternoon, we'll have a side event at 5 p.m. here in Obasi Room on the Agriculture Innovation Mechanism for Scale, known as AIM for Scale. All interested participants are invited to join. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to comment on the fact that the sessional committee on the membership is scheduled from 12 to 1, but I wonder that given the amount of time left, you may even want to use the time now for that sessional committee and then have a longer lunch break for your comfort. Thank you.
شكرا ستيفانو. إذا بالنسبة لي أعلن نهاية الختمة الجلسة الصباحية. شكرا لكم. أون تفضل.
Yes, thanks very much. Mr. President. So following on from Stefano's suggestion, I suggest we commence the work of the sessional committee on membership in 10 minutes. That's at 10:15. And so we might, and it will be in the same room, Sal B, I presume. Yeah, thank you very much.
شكرا لك. إذن شكرا لكم ونراكم في المساء. شكرا.
A wonderful good evening to His Excellency Abdullah Al Mandous, President of the World Meteorological Organization, to the members of the Executive Council, and to everyone joining us this evening. Thank you for bringing this community together and for the chance to be part of it, even from afar. Less than 3 years ago, at COP28, here in the UAE, I stood alongside Bill Gates and we made a commitment. We said that powerful innovations and technologies that had mostly served industry and finance belonged in the hands of the world's smallholder farmers too. That commitment became Aim for Scale. Weather forecasting was a natural place to start, since recent advancements in AI-based weather forecasting had demonstrated that we now had the ability to forecast weather with remarkable precision and to do so on a laptop and at a fraction of the historical cost. What was missing was the bridge, the partnerships, and the infrastructure to carry that forecast from a satellite or a server into the hands of a farmer deciding whether to plant today or wait another week. I think often about what that decision actually looks like. A farmer watching the sky, weighing whether to risk her seedlings now or wait and risk the season altogether. That's her entire year's profit, balanced on whether the right forecast reaches her in time and through a trusted form. A wonderful good evening to His Excellency Abdullah Al Mandous. A wonderful good evening to His Excellency Abdullah. A wonderful good evening to His Excellency Abdullah Al Mandous, President of the World Meteorological Organization. UAE has proudly championed, alongside all of you, for over a decade. through the technical work pioneered by our own National Center of Meteorology, through our partnerships with WMO and the Gates Foundation, our global engagement via Aim for Climate, Aim for Scale, and the CGIAR of Chicago, we've worked to put one idea into practice. Farmer livelihoods and climate resilience are really the same challenge. And the work has to reach the farmer, not just the ministry. Of course, we're only at the start of this journey, and that excites me. Together, with our partners, our goal is to put AI weather forecasting into the hands of 100 million farmers by 2030. I'll repeat, 100 million farmers by 2030. And this evening, you'll hear directly from partner countries on how they plan on harnessing this innovation to meet their own needs and challenges. Every country represented this evening has farmers who deserve a forecast they can trust in time to act on it. Building that future is the work ahead of us, and partners like you are the ones who will make it real. I wish you all a productive and inspiring evening, and I look forward to seeing how far we take this together. Thank you all. A wonderful good evening to His Excellency Abdullah Al-Mandous, President of the World Meteorological Organization, to the members of the Executive Council, and to everyone joining us this evening. Thank you for bringing this community together and for the chance to be part of it, even from afar. Less than 3 years ago, at COP28, here in the UAE, I stood alongside Bill Gates and we made a commitment. We said that powerful innovations and technologies that had mostly served industry and finance belonged in the hands of the world's smallholder farmers too. That commitment became Aim for Scale. Weather forecasting was a natural place to start, since recent advancements in AI-based weather forecasting had demonstrated that we now had the ability to forecast weather with remarkable precision and to do so on a laptop and at a fraction of the historical cost. What was missing was the bridge, the partnerships, and the infrastructure to carry that forecast from a satellite or a server into the hands of a farmer deciding whether to plant today or wait another week. I think often about what that decision actually looks like. A farmer watching the sky, weighing whether to risk her seedlings now or wait and risk the season altogether. That's her entire year's profit, balanced on whether the right forecast reaches her in time and through a trusted form of communication she's willing to respond to. As will surely be discussed throughout this evening's meeting, AI-based monsoon forecasts reached more than 38 million farmers in India last year at a cost of less than half a cent each. Farmers who received those forecasts in time were far more likely to plant at exactly the right moment. That is what this work. A wonderful good evening to His Excellency Abdullah Al Mandous, President of the World Meteorological Organization, to the members of the Executive Council, and to everyone joining us this evening. Thank you for bringing this community together and for the chance to be part of it, even from afar. Less than 3 years ago, at COP28, here in the UAE, I stood alone. A wonderful good evening to His Excellency Abdullah Al Mandous, President of the World Meteorological Organization, to the members of the Executive Council, and to everyone joining us this evening. Thank you for bringing this community together and for the chance to be part of it, even from afar. Less than 3 years ago, at COP28, Here in the UAE, I stood alongside Bill Gates and we made a commitment. We said that powerful innovations and technologies that had mostly served industry and finance belonged in the hands of the world's smallholder farmers too. That commitment became Aim for Scale. Weather forecast
since I'm an economist, not a meteorologist. A few years ago, I was asked to chair a commission on innovation for climate change, food security, and agriculture. As part of its work, the commission reviewed the evidence on innovations, looking for innovations with rigorous cost evidence of impact. Our commission on innovation for climate change.
مساء الخير جميعا. I'll speak in Arabic, so you can put your headset. مساء الخير الزملاء الأعزاء. أتقدم بخالص الشكر للدكتور رور سكالين على قيادته للجنة المعنية بالخطة الاستراتيجية، وتوجه بالشكر كذلك لكم جميعا على مشاركتكم البناءة. ورغم أننا لم نتوصل إلى اتفاق بشأن إعادة الصياغة الكاملة للخطة الاستراتيجية للفترة 2028 حتى 2031، ولكن فقد توصلنا إلى اتفاق واضح بشأن التوجه المستقبلي للمنظمة. المرفق الثاني الأهداف الطويلة الأجل. إطار النتائج هو المعروف سابقا بالمرفق الثاني الذي تم اعتماده وإغلاقه. اسمحوا لي أن أكون واضحا تماما أن المرفق الثاني المتعلق بإطار النتائج والذي يتضمن أهدافنا طويلة الأجل وأهدافنا الاستراتيجية ومجالات التركيز يعتمد ويقر رسميا بموجب هذا القرار، وقد تم الانتهاء من هذا النص بشكل نهائي، وهو نص مغلق ولن يعاد فتحه أو مراجعته حتى انعقاد المؤتمر 20. المرفق الأول الإطار الاستراتيجي للتوجه المستقبلي. لا يزال هناك خلاف بشأن هذا المرفق والمعني بالسياق الاستراتيجي، ولحل هذه المسألة سأقوم بتشكيل فريق صياغة مخصص لإعداد نص محدث يعرض على اللجنة الاستشارية للسياسات باك في شهر ديسمبر المقبل. القيادة. أطلب على وجه التحديد من الدكتور رور سكالين مواصلة خدمته المتميزة من خلال رئاسة فريق الصياغة خلال الفترة الفاصلة بين الجلسات. تكوين الفريق. استجابة لطلب الموجه إلى رؤساء الاتحادات الإقليمية، أقترح أن يتكون هذا الفريق من أعضاء مختارين من المجلس التنفيذي بما يضمن تمثيل التنوع الإقليمي في المنظمة. لذا أدعو هذا الفريق المشكل حديثا أن يعمل بروح إيجابية وتعاونية، وذلك من أجل مصلحة المنظمة. وسيتم رفع النص النهائي الذي يعده الفريق إلى الجلسة 81 للمجلس التنفيذي، وذلك لإجراء المراجعة النهائية. سأعطي الكلمة الآن للدكتور رور سكالين لتقديم التعديلات المدخلة على مسودة مشروع القرار 6-2/1. تفضل سيدي.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thanks for introducing this topic. I'll first give some indications on which documents we will be looking at. In the reports section of the mini site, you will now find the report of the sessional committee on the draft strategic plan. It's the only document under reports so far. That's the first one I will go through. Then when we have looked at that report and opened up for comments from the floor, we will go through the resolution itself, and you can find the resolution in the documents session of the mini site under drafts for discussion. It is just recently updated, and it's called Document 6.2 Strategic Plan 2028-2031 Draft 3. So those are the two documents you would want to look at on your laptops. So let's start with the report of the drafting committee on the draft WMO Strategic Plan 2028-2031. And you may want to bring that up on the screen. Thank you very much. So a drafting committee was established by the plenary regarding Doc 6.2 under the chairmanship of Roar Skålin, supported by the Secretariat. The committee met from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. on Thursday, 23rd of June. It discussed Annex 2 results framework to draft Resolution 6.2/1, as well as draft Resolution 6.2/1. Following a fruitful discussion, the Secretariat made the resulting version of the document available as a second draft published on the EC mini site. The outcome of the discussion was reported back to the plenary by the chair on Wednesday, 24th of June, and Annex 2 results framework was adopted by the plenary. The committee met again from 4:15 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, the 24th of June. It discussed Annex 1, Strategic Context and Foresight to draft Resolution 6.2/1. Where agreement could not be reached, multiple options were included in the document for further consideration, including options to retain the original text. The resulting version of Annex 1, Strategic Context and Foresight, including these options, is attached as the annex to this report, so to my report from the drafting, from the sessional committee. And I should say that as we worked yesterday, it went quite fast, so we didn't catch all the options correctly. That has some of that has been corrected today in the version which is now available as an attachment to this report. That includes an addition from Mr. Tahoon on behalf of several, and it also includes updated text on a couple of the options submitted by Sarah Jones. So different views were expressed on several formulations in Annex 1. Among these, Mr. Tahoon, Dr. Anusike, Mr. Muriuki, and Dr. Mohapatra expressed concern over the absence of references to developing and least developed countries in the Strategic Plan 2028-31, as well as in several recent WMO documents. This deviation from international agreed United Nations terminology sets a concerning precedent, particularly given that these terms have been consistently used across the UN system for more than 5 decades. Mr. Tahoon, Dr. Anusike, Mr. Muriuki, and Mr. Mohapatra emphasized the importance of maintaining alignment with the established UN language to ensure inclusivity and reflect the differentiated needs and capacities of member states. In this regard, Mr. Tahoon, Dr. Anusike, Mr. Muriuki, and Dr. Mohapatra requested that the plan adequately reflect and mention the gaps, challenges, and capacity constraints faced by developing countries in the areas addressed by the strategic plan, ensuring that their specific circumstances and development needs are taken into account. The committee discussed the creation of a drafting team to continue work on Annex 1, Strategic Context and Foresight, between EC80 and PAC 2026/3, so the third meeting of PAC this year. Following the discussion, the Secretariat was requested to make the resulting version of Annex 1, Strategic Context and Foresight, available on the EC mini site as an annex to the present report, which will be published in the progress report of the session. The outcome of the discussion was reported back to the plenary by the chair on Thursday, 25th of June. That is no. So, Mr. President, that ends my report from the work of the sessional committee. I suggest that we take any comments to the reports before we go into the details of the resolution. Thank you very much.
إذا المجال مفتوح لملاحظاتكم. إذا لا توجد أي ملاحظات. تفضل رور.
Thank you very much. Then
عفوا رور عفوا. تفضل. President of RA 5 تفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to you all. RA5 would like to express its appreciation to all members and contributors who have supported the development and the further refinement of the draft strategic plan 2028-2031. We also appreciate the constructive discussions and comments made during the sessional committee process. RA5 welcomes the progress made and appreciates the member-driven and foresight-informed approach, including the sub-regional consultations and inputs from members and constituent bodies. From the perspective of RA5, it is important that the draft strategic plan continues to reflect the principle that no member should be left behind. This is particularly relevant and important for SIDS and LDCs and other vulnerable members facing significant vulnerabilities, capacity gaps, resource constraints, and the need for sustainable business continuity plan and management. RA5 also welcomes the recognition of capacity development as a cross-cutting enabler and the inclusion of regional engagement and support to member under Goal 4. As the strategic development plan is further developed for consideration by EC81 and the subsequent submission to Congress 20, and it is translated into the operating plan 2028-31. RA5 encourages continued attention to ensuring that regional priorities, which has national priorities embedded into it, the differentiated member needs, realistic and measurable measures of success, resource requirements, business continuity plans, and adequate implementation support are clearly reflected in our operating plan. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
شكرا لك سيدي. شكرا. إذا نكمل مع الدكتور رور. تفضل.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So then we move to the resolution itself, which you can find in document 6.2, draft 3. So if we can have that resolution on the screen. Yeah, let's go down to the resolution. There we are. Thank you. In this document, you will see that there are some text which is marked by a very green color, not the one you see here. That's an old insertion, but the one with the green background color. That is what is new since we discussed it in the session of the sessional committee on Tuesday night. All that text which is has a green background is inserted by me following the discussion we had yesterday. So let's go to the top first of the draft resolution. And I will ask if there are any comments on the different sections. So first on the recalling. I do not see any, so then we move to, we can take the three next ones or four next ones, taking note, noting with appreciation, acknowledging and having considered only minor editorials in those. I think that in the acknowledging, when it says see Annex 1 and Annex 2, it should simply say, yeah, I don't know, that needs to be corrected, I think, because it's no longer Annex 1 and 2.
You can delete it.
Yes, we can delete that one. The whole text, I think, because the annex is not either correct. So delete the whole, yeah, the whole thing. I see no comments. Then comes the new text. Noting that diverging views were expressed on the draft strategic context and foresight section of the draft strategic plan 2028 to 31, decides to adopt the results framework provided in the annex as the basis for the development of the operating plan and the maximum expenditure proposal to be submitted by the Secretary General. So that is the one we did yesterday. It has now been renamed to Annex only since there are no longer two annexes. So that one we did yesterday. And then comes decides further to establish a drafting team composed of up to 2 members of the Executive Council per region, chaired by the chair of the sessional committee, Dr. Roar Skolin, with the following terms of reference. 1, facilitate convergence on outstanding issues and narrow remaining differences. 2, present to PAC a reduced number of well-differentiated options, using as a starting point the strategic context and foresight section annexed to the report of the chair of the sessional committee, as provided in the progress report of ECAD. And 3, use virtual modalities and electronic means to conduct its work with a limited number of focused meetings as required. So I'll first ask if there are any comments or suggestions for changes to the terms of reference and the drafting team itself. And I can see the advisor to Vision is Forge.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Madame Schwartz vous remercie pour la proposition de créer ce comité de rédaction durant la période d'intercession. Il sera effectivement utile de travailler sur le fond pour progresser autant que possible d'ici à la fin de l'année, en essayant de réduire le nombre d'options de rédaction sur la table. Il est possible toutefois que le comité de rédaction ne parvienne pas à conclure sur la totalité des points Et il semble donc intéressant pour Madame Schwartz que le comité de rédaction puisse aussi proposer une méthodologie pour résoudre, le cas échéant, les sujets qui resteraient en suspens. Cela permettrait de guider la préparation des différentes échéances de travail jusqu'au Congrès. Madame Schwartz propose donc d'ajouter un 3e point entre l'actuel point 2 et point 3 des termes de référence que je m'apprête à lire en anglais, si vous le permettez, avec mes excuses pour les interprètes. So the new third bullet could be, quoting, present to back a proposed way forward on the methodology to follow in order to resolve outstanding divergences. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And Secretariat have been very fast in typing that, so it's already on the screen. Are there any other comments on the proposed terms of reference? I do not see any. So then we can go to point number 5 here, which says the following members of the Executive Council and officers of the organization shall serve on the task force. And the names there will be inserted based on the decision we will take tomorrow, and that will be decision 7.2/1 included in document number 1. So the names will be ready tomorrow. Then next part of this resolution is request pack to finalize the draft strategic plan 2028-31, taking into account the proposal of the drafting team. To develop measures of success at the levels of strategic objectives to be annexed to the strategic plan, ensuring that these are measurable, feasible, and grounded in available data. You will have noticed that when we worked on what was then the Annex 2 on Tuesday afternoon, there were in all the strategic objectives a heading called Measures of Success. It's proposed that this is moved to an annex. And finally, to submit the draft strategic plan 2028-2031 to EC81 for consideration and subsequent submission to the World Meteorological Congress at its 20th session. Any comments on this section requests pack? I don't see any, so then we can go to the requests, the Secretary General. And here I will not read out. Most of this is text that has been in there from the previous version. It only says to support the finalization of the strategic plan 2028 to 2031. And then a number of points that has been in there from the previous version. I don't see anyone requesting the floor on this one. And I think that was the end of the draft resolution. So with that, I give the floor back to you, Mr. President.
شكرا دكتور رور سكالن. إذن الكل راضي ولا يوجد أي ملاحظات أو اعتراض. ومع الانتهاء من المرفق الثاني المعني بإطار النتائج ووضع آلية واضحة للتعامل مع المرفق الأول المعني بالسياق الاستراتيجي. أطلب منكم الموافقة على هذا المقترح واعتماد مسودة مشروع القرار 6-2-1. إذن تم اعتماد مسودة مشروع القرار 6-2-1. وأطلب منكم الآن اعتماد الوثيقة 6-2 بكاملها، والتي تتضمن مسودة مشروع القرار ومرفق 1 يتضمن إطار النتائج. إذن نعتمد مسودة الوثيقة 6-2. شكرا لكم. شكرا. ننتقل الآن إلى البند التالي على جدول أعمالنا. البند 5.9. إذن البند 5.9 نظر في تقارير الرقابة، والذي يتضمن 3 مسودات مشروع إجراء ومسودة مشروع قرار 1. سنبدأ الآن بمسودة مشروع الإجراء 5.9/2، والتي تتضمن وثيقة المعلومات 5.9(2) بين قوسين تقرير مكتب الرقابة الداخلية. أود أن أدعو مدير مكتب الرقابة الداخلية السيد ألوك لتقديم مسودة مشروع الإجراء 5.9/2. تفضل سيد ألوك.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished members of the Executive Council and colleagues. I am pleased to present the Annual Accountability Report of the Internal Oversight Office for 2025. It's contained in the EC 80 in 59(2). In accordance with the Financial Regulation 13.10(e), IO submits a report every year to the governing bodies of WMO containing a summary of the work done, its findings, and an opinion on the status of internal controls. This report covers the activities during 2025. As required by the international standards of internal auditing, I confirm that the activities of the Internal Oversight Office were carried out with complete independence, and there were no instances of impairment to objectivity in the conduct of activities during the year. I would also like to recall that while the annual report of the IO are publicly available on the IO web page of the WMO website, the individual internal audit reports are confidential and are disclosed to the member states and their representative under the disclosure policy approved by the Executive Council. I'd like to express my thanks to the Audit and Oversight Committee, which approves our plan of work, reviews our resources and findings, and provides valuable guidance to IO and to the management. I'd also like to thank the Secretary General and the management of WMO for their support and cooperation in the activities of the IO. Based on the results of our internal oversight activities, risk assessments, and evaluations, IO provides reasonable assurance on the effectiveness of WMO's system of internal controls during 2025 in most of the areas reviewed. While key governance mechanisms and financial controls were in place, our engagements noted concerns in 3 areas in particular: the performance management process, the travel of the third party travel and hiring of linguistic services. IO issued 6 reports during 2025 covering the work arrangements and memorandum of understandings, early warnings for all, and soft initiatives, a Focus Africa project certified financial statements, linguistic services, and travel process, and IT governance and strategy. The audit of performance management process was issued in 2006. Coming to the investigation activity, in 2025, IO received 30 complaints through its various reporting channels, which was broadly the same level as 2024. Following facts, findings, and investigations, 8 reports were issued to the SG. Most of the allegations again related to harassment and abuse of authority, underscoring the continuing need for managerial focus on workplace conduct. No substantiated cases of fraud or presumptive fraud were noted. The average time taken to close a complaint was about 25 days, and in roughly half the cases, anonymous interaction took place between IO and the complainants. Coming to the evaluation function, following the request of the Congress, IO developed the terms of reference for the external evaluation of the effectiveness and efficiencies of WMO bodies and structures. After review by the PAC and endorsement by EC 79, the evaluation was entrusted to the Joint Inspection Unit. Its final report has now been submitted to the EC 80. IO has also strengthened its support for decentralized evaluation functions and has been actively involved in the external evaluation of the Hydro Hub Phase 2. Additionally, IO is establishing a database to track the recommendations from the decentralized evaluations. The regular follow-up of recommendations of IO resulted in an overall implementation rate of 75%, which was a significant improvement over the 65% in the previous session. However, it was noted that the implementation of high priority recommendation lagged behind at 55%. I should also note that these numbers, some of the recommendations would have since been implemented, and therefore these numbers would have changed. IO is responsible for its own quality assurance through external evaluation. We have been aligning our practices with the new global internal audit standards, which took into effect January 25. We have completed a gap assessment and an action plan has been developed to address those gaps. The external review is included in our work plan and would be undertaken later in the year. IO continues to coordinate with other assurance providers, the Joint Inspection Unit, the external auditors, and adjusts its plan of work, shares reports and risk assessments with them. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would be glad to provide any clarifications as needed. Thank you.
شكرا لك السيد ألوك، والمجال مفتوح لأي ملاحظات أو تعليقات. تفضل. إذن لا يوجد أي تعليق، وبهذا نعتمد مسودة مشروع الإجراء 5.9/2. خلاص شلون ندوس؟ إذا نعتمد قرار مشروع مسودة القرار 592. أنت I'm checking why it doesn't want to come the next item. Yeah. See, it jumps. أعتذر لكم للحظة. انتقل الآن إلى البند التالي من جدول الأعمال. البند 15 تقرير الموارد البشرية، بما في ذلك التقدم المحرز في تنفيذ استراتيجية الموارد البشرية وراء ممثلي الموظفين وتقرير المشتريات. يتضمن البند 15 من جدول الأعمال مسودتي مشروع قرار والوثائق التالية. الوثيقة 1 الملخص العام جدول الأعمال ونظام الجلسة. مسودة مشروع القرار 15/1. وثيقة المعلومات 15/1 بين قوسين تقرير الموارد البشرية. وثيقة المعلومات 15/2 بين قوسين تقرير مكتب الأخلاقيات. وثيقة المعلومات 15/3 بين قوسين آراء ممثلون الموظفين. أدعو الآن مدير قسم الموارد البشرية السيد أيدو لتقديم تقرير الموارد البشرية. تفضل سيدي.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members, we are going to be presenting to you the report on human resources. I will start with the overview on our workforce. We have a total of 348 staff members distributed among our regular budget, which is 237, and our extra budgetary staff, which is 111. In terms of distribution in different work categories or categories of our staff, we have a total of 282 professional staff, and majority of our professional staff at the P3 level, in a total of 85. Out of the 52 P2 staff we have in our workforce, 12 of them are young professional officers. In terms of the general service staff, we have 66 general services staff. 55 of them are on the regular budget, 11 on the extra budgetary budget lines. Now, secondly, I'll talk about the talent pipeline, which is the next slide. You will see that WMO continues to pay particular attention to the staffing at the professional level between P1 and P4. And this kind of technical and administrative specialist is the talent pipeline for the future leadership development in WMO and members. Over the past years, WMO has made efforts to strengthen capacity in these levels. In terms of our staffing gender balance, out of the 348 staff at WMO, 196 or 56% are female, which is an increase of 4% from previous year. And at the professional level and above, out of the 282 staff, 148 or 52%, 52.5% female, which is an increase as well of 5.5% from previous year. Now, in terms of recruitment, WMO recruitment is based on merit, but in case we have two qualified staff candidates for a position, we do take into account consideration of gender and geographic diversity, but that's only when we have people with equal qualifications. That's when we do put in priority for gender and the geographic balance. The only leadership level where we still have a little bit of a gap to cover is at the D1 level, where out of only 4 of our D-level staff members are female, and would like to make a little bit more progress in that category. As you can see across the board, gender distribution, gender balance is improving, with an exception at the D1 level, where we'd like to make a little bit more progress. In terms of WMO average staff age, this is also following the trend in the United Nations and international organizations. Currently, our average age is at 46 years of age among our staff, and this is exactly in alignment with trends we are seeing in the United Nations agencies and other international organizations. Now, in terms of staff geographic representation, we are still heavily headquarter-based, simply by the nature of our organization being based here. So our geographic representation, we are still 85% HQ headquarter represented and 15% regional representation. In terms of the nationality of our workforce, that is a representative as well of the headquarter option, where we have with the top 10 countries contributing staff to WMO being the same as the previous year. In terms of our affiliated personnel, particularly the junior professional officers, WMO is very appreciative of the members who provide extra budgetary supports to our activities through the national JPO programs. These young professionals bring cutting-edge expertise while simultaneously receiving a deep orientation into the work of WMO, benefiting them in their future career, whether at home or within WMO, when or if they transfer into WMO workforce after the completion of the JPO programs. WMO had 11 JPO in March 2025, and China is coming for 58%, followed by Germany 16, Japan, Korea, and the US all at 8% each. In terms of consultants, we had 176 consultants worldwide in 2025. Gender distribution is 45% female, 55% male. The 2025 number is a reduction of 18% from 2024, when WMO hired 215 consultants. Now, we've received questions and comments from members, and one of those questions was to provide a little bit more distribution of data in terms of the consultancy that we engage at WMO, and WMO Secretariat has taken notes and will be providing that in a future report, such as distribution, nationalities, etc., and a little bit more details on the consultants. But we should note here that the consultants' expenditure, it's less than 5% of WMO workforce expenditure. And we have clarified this for the member that asked the question. In terms of our intern, the HR section administers a paid internship program that allowed young university students and recent graduates to gain their first experience into the workplace. And in April 2025 until March 2026 inclusive, WMO hosted 88 interns at the Secretariat and regional offices. The number below reflects strong collaboration between the academic institution and financial contribution from some of our members that do sponsor interns into our workforce. And the biggest representation, of course, is China, that had 30 interns from China. Some of these being supported by the member by China, and some of them being directly supported by WMO. So our intern policy is open for all members, and we welcome any collaboration with institutions, universities in different member countries. In terms of recruitment, as part of the normal business in 2025, we had 43 vacancy announcements that were publicly published, available for all on our websites. This included unique vacancy announcements, as well as re-advertisements and vacancies that did not actually end up in an appointment for several reasons. Many of the public vacancies did carry into 2026. And following the restructuring of 2025, the realignment of the organization, we carried out a number of HR actions, including abolishment of posts. 68 posts were abolished. We created 49 with a net reduction of 19 posts. Additionally, 42 vacancy announcements and selection processes, some of which carried into 2026, ended up in an appointment of a total of 33 candidates appointed, and among them 15 internal staff members. Briefly, in terms of the applications by regions, WMO for the first time in 2025, we started using a systematic outreach on social media to attract a number of suitable candidates from a wide range of application base. This increased significantly the number of applications we receive, over 200 on average for each of the vacancies that we receive. So that really, it's a good sign. Our engagement with WMO partners, PR, UN network, were also engaged. In terms of the statistics, you can see we still have a high concentration of applicants that come from our region 6 and also region 1, with some region 3 and region 5 not having a lot of attracting a lot of candidates, and we are still working to make progress in those areas, because we'd like to have a wide base of qualified candidates to recruit from in our competitive recruitment process. In terms of appointments, in 2025, WMO made 50 appointments, the majority of which were female. The geographic distribution of applicants remained, again, pointing an increased number for region 6, again, basically because of being located in these parts of the world. And you can see on the previous slide, we had a lot of applications from that region. It's actually the main region where we're getting most of our applicants from. Geographic distribution of application is still an area of improvement. In terms of separation, we had in 2025 56 staff were separated. The reason for this separation was mainly the abolishment as a result of the reorganization. We also had a number of voluntary separation, 8 of them, and also retirement, as well as end of contract. Now, I'm just going to give you a little overview on the ethics reports. We received again some questions from members in terms of the ethics, but in 2025, the UN Ethics Office received 16 requests for WMO seeking confidential advice and guidance. Most of these, we had 6 requests involving a question relating to institutional integrity. We clarified with the member that did ask a question that institutional integrity here, it referred only staff, WMO staff seeking advice in terms of their participation in third-party organized activities or meeting invitation, and also the position of WMO vis-a-vis those organizations, as well as the questions of gifts, honors, pro bono, etc. during these activities. So there was no issue of ethical questions in that particular area. It was an advice following the campaign on raising awareness among our workforce. We received as well 2 requests for advice for protection against retaliation. And again, this as well was in terms of advice following the ethics campaign by the UN Ethics Office that does provide this service to WMO in an agreement between the UN Ethics Office and WMO. One conflict of interest case was identified and mitigated as part of the UN Financial Disclosure Program, and it related to an outside activity, and this was effectively mitigated by obtaining necessary approval. Other questions were related that WMO staff asked were related to employment, career, financial disclosure. As a trend, we see in international organizations when staff have become more and more aware on ethical standards. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لك السيد إيدو مهيمة. والآن أدعو رئيسة لجنة ممثلو الموظفين السيدة سيلفي لتقديم وجهات نظر ممثلو الموظفين. تفضلي.
Sorry, I did not have the interpretation. Hello, good afternoon, Executive Council, permanent representatives and your delegations, WMO President and WMO Executive Management. The Staff Association thanks you for giving them this opportunity to address you on staff concerns. We start by acknowledging and agreeing that WMO is navigating difficult challenges and uncertain times, and all staff are very much aware of that. And that's in this situation, staff across the Secretariat are supportive of the organization and the interim measures being put in place and eager to play a role in deciding, as the Secretary General stated, together how to evolve, preserve our core identity, and coming out stronger on the other side. That is why the Staff Committee embraced her invitation to take an active role in the Organizational Resilience Task Team in 2025, and why staff across the organization volunteered to be observers on staff selection committees, a status granted by the Secretary General in 2024. As observers, this role as observer was very important during the latter half of 2025, when dozens of staff lost their posts, new positions were broadly advertised, and selection committees had about 3 months to select about 15 new positions. So some of our staff were definitely not returning, and not all 50 were for staff members. So how do you select the best candidates? Many of the volunteers were happy to report and comforted to report that any feedback they gave to human resources was acted upon immediately, and that the processes were fair. Many were also happy with the experience because they learned more about the organization. They gained insight through this experience of the vision of executive management and of the reform and restructuring of WMO. Further, in 2026, this year, since the beginning of this year, the ESA welcomed the resumption of the joint consultative committee meetings, which had not been called in 6 months, and the promulgation of the mental health and wellness strategy. The open and frank discussions that we've had since Edu actually started with us has been very positive, and many issues are moving forward through this renewed dialogue. This dialogue, in tandem with continued engagement and clear communication from management, is important in rebuilding trust and morale after the restructuring. But in addition to these uncertainties, WMO staff are also facing pressures from outside, within the UN system, but from outside WMO itself, not linked to management decisions, in that every aspect of the standardized package of salaries, our allowances, our benefits, which are designed to ensure fairness, mobility, and consistency under the UN Common System, have been challenged in the United Nations General Assembly over the last 5 years. The elements of the package are not a privilege. They are part of a framework that enables an independent, mobile, and highly skilled international civil service to serve all members equally. Working with the Federation of International Civil Servants Association, the WMO Staff Association has provided proof of the necessity and relevance of the benefit package, and that there is no overlap in the UN benefits package. At the next UN General Assembly in New York, UN, thus WMO salaries, as it is one package, and pensions will be the target of those seeking further cuts. WMO staff would like to use this opportunity to appeal to members for their support in their national capitals, where foreign affairs offices and permanent representatives to the United Nations in New York will be considering the proposals set before the United Nations for the reducing benefits and salaries of UN staff. The 2025 restructuring of WMO may be behind us, but the uncertainty is not. In this restructure, staff lost longtime colleagues and friends. The organization lost institutional knowledge and savoir-faire. For both staff and the organization, the financial future remains uncertain. WMO staff, like the WMO President Abdullah Al-Mandou stated at the opening, would like to share a vision for WMO's future financial stability in a UN common system that honors its engagement on salaries and benefits. With so many destabilizing factors, WMO members, management, staff need to come together to rebuild and to demonstrate the continued relevance of the organization. Staff are eager to cooperate for discussion and to contribute to equitable solutions for members and the Secretariat, and to strive for continuous improvement in the science and services of WMO. Thank you.
شكرا لك يا السيدة سيلفي، والآن المجال مفتوح لملاحظاتكم وتعليقكم. سارة جونز تفضلي.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And thank you very much for both the Human Resources report and the report from the Staff Committee. And just really like to emphasize how important it is to see these very well put together reports and to hear the views of the Staff Committee, and really to first of all, looking at the Human Resources report, to congratulate the Secretariat and the Secretary General and all the team concerned that they are really paying attention to the professional development of the staff, that they are paying attention to the diversity of the workforce, and very impressive progress on the gender balance and the geographical balance. Yes, the location here in Europe means that you get more applications from Europe, but the fact that you're telling us, as you told us about the social media campaign, to really reach all parts of the world, that is also, I think, hopefully will pay dividends. And also providing an environment for young professionals to come in and to learn about the work of the organization. And we've really seen this week how valuable the staff of the Secretariat are for us and for our work. I think we've had a lot of difficult discussions and we've had a lot of important topics, and we've been supported by very qualified and committed staff members in the work we do. And some of it goes on behind the scenes and some of it we can see here by the way the staff present and support. So just really to I think everybody in the room could also say exactly the same, that we see what the staff of the WMO does, we appreciate it, and we are very much aware of how difficult the uncertainty in the current conditions are for an organization here in Geneva. So a big thank you and words of appreciation. And also to our Secretary General for her leadership. I think she's made some very clear and forward-thinking decisions on the transformation, but she's also made it very clear to us as Executive Council that this has a cost. And especially when we start talking about how to deal with the financial, the further financial constraints which weren't envisaged when she started on the transformation. And so thank you, Celeste, and to all the leadership team at the WMO. And finally, the report of Sylvie, I think just to have this level of inclusion of the staff in processes, the level of dialogue, and it doesn't make things easier, but it maybe makes them understandable, and it makes sure that the staff has a voice. And speaking from my own perspective, that is also very important. You know, we don't always have everything can't do English now. We don't always, you know, see everything, all the concerns that the staff has in our daily work, because we tend to get sort of bogged down by all the things that we deal with in the management role. So yes, thank you very much. And I think we will do our best. Please, you know, transmit the message to your colleagues that the Executive Council really appreciates the work at the Secretariat, from the leadership down to all the members of staff. Thank you.
شكرا سارة. فيفيتا.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of the Regional Association 5 and its members, I would like to express our sincere thanks and appreciation to yourself, the Secretary General, Mr. President, also the human resource staff of WMO for the support given to this regional association. It has been transformational in difficult times, and we do appreciate from the region the dedicated and the commitment of the WMO staff, but also to acknowledge the sub-regional offices in Singapore and in Samoa, the wonderful works and support received from the WMO staff of the regional office has been truly transformational and really supportive. And also during my online participation in this Executive Council, and with that, we give you thanks. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لك سيدي. ألبرت.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you to the staff. And I will not go into repeat everything that Sarah has already mentioned, because it's important to note here that we will be able to plan strategic planning, start working on financial proposals and so on. But if we don't have the human component in it, it will be useless. So that's why a great thanks to all the Secretariat and the Secretary General for their efforts while working with the constraints, financial constraints, and still working at this level with this quality. So thank you so much, and continue the good work. And in order to pep up the Secretariat, I saw that the Secretary General has also his way of showing a kind of Latin blood that all the personnel and the staff member enjoy working with the Secretary General. So thank you so much to the Secretary General and also the staff. Thank you so much also for the reports. Thank you, Mr.
شكرا
President.
لك سيدي. سيد تازو.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Je voudrais à mon tour remercier le secrétariat pour ce rapport assez détaillé sur la situation des ressources humaines. Féliciter le secrétaire général pour l'optimisation des ressources qui nous donne espoir de ce que les résultats ne seront pas biaisés malgré le contexte assez difficile. Je voudrais terminer par une petite demande d'information pour ma bonne compréhension s'agissant de la situation des consultants et la répartition qui est faite par région. C'est en fonction des interventions des consultants dans ces régions ou alors c'est les régions d'origine de ces consultants-là. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
شكرا لك. تفضل سيد.
Merci beaucoup pour la question. Ce que nous ferons, nous, comme d'autres membres ont posé presque la même question, nous nous sommes mis d'accord comme secrétariat de donner un peu plus d'informations sur les détails des consultants. Et donc, avec votre permission, nous voudrions vous donner cet amendement à ces rapports après une revue des détails sur cette question. Merci.
شكرا لك. إذن الأمين العام تفضلي. جراهام تفضل جراهام.
Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate the transparency of hearing these reports from HR and the Staff Association. We would like to make a statement that is reflected in our meeting report. This HR report explicitly cites gender and geographic origin as factors in hiring decisions, framing the latter as a diversity objective that shapes appointment outcomes. This is not in line with our member states' views on this subject. The WMO must ensure hiring and advancement are merit-based, not driven by diversity, equity, or inclusion initiatives. We request the WMO use the term sex rather than gender in recognition of biological reality and to better reflect the needs and perspectives of women and men.
شكرا لك. شكرا.
Thank you very much for the question. As we clarified in the reports, the decisions for appointments in WMO are first and foremost merit-based, and it's only in case of similarly qualified candidates where then geographic diversity and gender representation consideration come into the picture. So that's a clarification we would like to provide. And in terms of gender, our understanding of gender is exactly the same as yours, which is male and female. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
شكرا لك. تفضلي فيرجينيا.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Madame Schwartz remercie le secrétariat pour son rapport sur les ressources humaines et pour la transparence dont il fait preuve pour informer les membres à la fois du comité financier et du conseil exécutif. Elle souhaite également profiter de cette occasion pour remercier l'ensemble des agents du secrétariat pour leur formidable engagement dans leurs fonctions au quotidien. S'agissant de la politique des ressources humaines et ses orientations de fonds, Madame Schwartz soutient pleinement la préservation des valeurs onusiennes, en particulier les enjeux de diversité de représentation, de manière générale, ce qui inclut également la diversité de genre. Et elle soutient donc les efforts engagés en ce sens. Je vous remercie.
شكرا لك.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much to all our members, Executive Council members, for your interventions and your comments and your positive comments, understanding the uncertainty and the challenges we navigate. So I appreciate that everyone has a voice, and that is the important element. And as well, you also have element to judge by yourselves what are the results of what we've been doing together. So I do appreciate, and that's why we involved the staff association into our deliberation and how we wanted to reorganize the secretariat. And of course, the decisions are made at the level of the executive management, but certainly all the opinions were taken into consideration, and that is the way I think participation takes place. And we will continue along those lines, fostering a culture. Thank you to Albert Martin's, let's say, Latin American kind of approach to try to navigate this complexity with respect, but also with good temper and a smile in your face, because at the end of the day, we spend more than 8/10 hours here, and the working environment is extremely important for all of us. So for me, all the elements that bring well-being to all of us. I am also a staff member, and I do appreciate working in a nice environment. So thank you to all the staff. Thank you to all of those that were supportive and were working and were navigating this uncertainty with a lot of professionalism and understanding. Thank you very much to the members for recognizing that circumstances. Thank you very much.
شكرا للأمين العام. إذن شكرا لكم، والآن ننتقل لمناقشة مسودة مشروع القرار 5.10/1. المجال مفتوح لتعليقاتكم. تفضل سكرتارية.
ESG would like to take the floor.
تفضل نائب الرئيس نائب الأمين العام تفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a request by the Staff Association. Probably they think an aspect of their report maybe is not well understood by members. That is regarding the UN system-wide joint compensation review by the International Civil Service Commission, and also the UN joint staff pension review that is being requested by member states. This is one of the demotivating and disturbing factor for staff within the United Nations system that the Staff Association President was alluding to. That is not a discussion for individual governing body. The matter is seized with the General Assembly that had requested the International Civil Service Commission to review the compensation, but not the usual review that really targets comparators, but a specific request for reduction in salary and benefits within the United Nations system. The second one is to move the joint staff pension from defined benefit to defined contribution, starting from the 2027, and to submit proposals for consideration by the General Assembly in 2027. I think that is becoming a demotivating factor to staff, and that was what she was alluding to, and that is something that staff within the governing bodies of the entities are requesting their governing body membership to really have some sort of solidarity with staff. The UN Secretary General, as the chair of the Chief Executive Board, has put together a team that is working with the ICSC, together with the HR system and the United Nations system, to work with the ICSC to see how they can submit pragmatic proposals to the General Assembly in the upcoming meeting in September. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا نائب الأمين العام. إذن أي ملاحظات على 15/1؟ لا توجد أي ملاحظات، وبهذا نعتمد مسودة مشروع القرار 5.10/1. شكرا لكم. إذن نأخذ استراحة قهوة 20 دقيقة.
The mission of Aim for Scale is to ensure that the best innovations that have evidence
start out by explaining what I'm even doing here, since I'm an economist, not a meteorologist. A few years ago, I was asked to chair a commission on innovation for climate change, food security, and agriculture. As part of its work, the Commission reviewed the evidence on innovations, looking for innovations with rigorous causal evidence of impact and cost effectiveness, both for the innovation itself and for policies to increase adoption, and that had a plausible pathway to scale. We identified a number of innovations, but really one of the most promising was trying to deliver weather forecasts to farmers. That was because at least a half dozen randomized to farmers across 16 Indian states using technologies as
مرحبا بكم مجددا. ننتقل الآن إلى مسودة مشروع القرار 5.10/2 والذي يتضمن وثيقة المعلومات 5.10/4 بين قوسين والمتعلقة بتقرير المشتريات. أود أن أدعو رئيسة قسم المشتريات وإدارة العقود السيدة فيرونيكا لتقديم مسودة مشروع القرار 15/2. تفضلي.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today's presentation aims to provide you with an overview of the procurement spending 2025. Yes, next slide, please. So just a few slides to provide you with this overview. We will see how much money was spent on what type of commodities represent the top 10, and then the suppliers that represent the top 10 and their geographical distribution. And to finish, we will provide you with an overview of how much is spent in competitive process, direct procurement, and collaborative procurement. Please, next slide. So, as you can see, in 2025, the procurement spending at WMO amounted to more or less 14.6 million. I just wanted to draw your attention on the fact that this year statistics will include only goods and services and travel cost for WMO. So you will not find this year any comparison on here, of the spending compared to the previous years, because we changed the methodology. But as of this year and for we will report only on WMO statistics, but as for the next year, you will start getting information on previous years and have an idea on the trend of our spending. As you can see, if you remember, even last year, we reported to you that the vast majority of our procurement is on services. As a matter of fact, you can see is around 90% of our spending is spent on services, and the remaining 11% is spent on goods. Goods in particular refers also and includes here the goods that we acquired for our projects, not only, of course, for our headquarters, which comprises especially laptops or other, accessory for day-by-day, working activities. If we focus on then the share that is more important for us, services, you can see that we prepared a slide, a chart whereby you can see the difference between what represents travel. And for procurement, it's important to highlight that travel only includes the spending related to the acquisition of a ticket. So here, this amount does not include the SA or other costs for travel, but just, the acquisition of these air tickets. And then the rest of the services amount to more or less 9.2 million, and travel costs is around 3.7. Next slide, please. If we look now at what we procure, the top 10 commodities for WMO, once again, you can see this confirms the fact that our procurement is especially reserved to the acquisition of goods and services for the corporate, so to allow us to work and to deliver and support our core functions. The main commodity is, of course, represented by the acquisition of air tickets, followed by a series of services for the maintenance of the buildings. But also we have utilities, IT, hardware and software, and different services. Of course, there is also the important cost for our ERP maintenance, electric utilities. And at the bottom, it's interesting to see the acquisition of meteorological instruments, which is also linked to the fact that we are seeing an increase in our project procurement compared to the corporate. And this is linked to the increase in our project, of course. Next slide, please. In terms of top 10 suppliers, you can see that we have in particular, and it will be more clear in the next slide, where you can see visually the distribution of our suppliers, but it confirms more or less what is really the reality of our spend. We spend especially for our corporate needs, so for the maintenance of the buildings or IT equipment or these airline tickets. Therefore, the first one is CW2 Castle Wagon, Little Travel, but it's followed by some companies that provide service for the maintenance of the buildings, such as ISS or IT services. And this is one sister agency of the UN International Computing Center. But then we have, of course, for utilities, the Service Industriel de Genève. And for security services, we have Protect Us, but also for the provision of hardware, we have a company, Planson, who is based in the United States, SPI, which is a Swiss company providing support for the IT desktop. Next slide, please. You can see here maybe it's even easier to see, the concentration of our procurement. But of course, you can see also that there are other countries involved, and those countries that are outside Europe, we are based in Europe, we spend, especially we said for our corporates, it's normal that there is this concentration. But you can see that other countries are also involved. These are countries especially that were involved for the procurement related to projects, when member states ask us to provide equipment, and they ask also to have some maintenance or support or training provided by local company. Usually, if we have companies that are not of the beneficiary country, they tend to partner with the local company to provide these ancillary services. Please, next slide. Then to conclude this presentation, I just want to give you an overview of the share of our procurement among what it is competition, which is the default way we procure goods and services at WMO, followed by some exception to procurement. And once again, I would like to highlight the fact that exceptions to competitive exercise are foreseen by our financial rules. Financial Rule 113.17 allows in certain circumstances to depart from competition, because that would be the best approach to procure goods and services, always making sure that best value for money is achieved. In our organization, exception to competitions amounts to 20%. Before we proceed with exceptions, these are duly reviewed, analyzed. The justification are, reviewed carefully before a final decision is made to proceed. The vast majority of our procurement is, as it should be, procured and implemented through competitive exercises. And in competition, we also include a form of collaboration with other UN agencies. WMO is really doing very well in this regard, leveraging the cooperation with the other UN, making sure that WMO and UN entirely is perceived as one UN. And because we are a small organization, this allows us to really save a lot of money in terms of administrative cost and economy of scales. Especially here in Geneva, we have very good collaboration with the other UN agency sister here. There is a network called the CPAG that reports to member states on a regular basis on what we do together. Just to give you an example, this collaborative procurement, we procured together through joint procurement the air tickets, the line tickets, but also the utilities, products like Microsoft, and many other very important procurement procurement cost. And then just to finish, maybe it's interesting to also for you to look at this collaborative procurement that is shared. Collaborative procurement really includes different forms of procurement. In this share that you see here is in particular what we do with the other UN agencies. So it's the other UN agency providing us with some services. Here you will see, for instance, there are services related to IT consultancy or other kind of cybersecurity services, for instance, that are provided by the ICC, but also the UN Secretariat providing us with the ethics office, or rather than the services concerning the HR, related matters. But in the competition as well, you will see that it is included the collaborative procurement that we do, and in particular, this would refer to joint procurement and piggybacking, which is a form of collaboration that consists on using other United Nations organization contracts and long-term agreements. This concludes my presentation. I will be happy to take any question if you have.
شكرا سيدة فيرونيكا، والمجال مفتوح لملاحظاتكم. تفضلوا. إذن لا توجد أي ملاحظات، وبهذا نعتمد مسودة مشروع القرار 15/2. إذن تبقى لنا وقت كافي حتى ننظر ببعض الوثائق. أود أن أدعو الآن عضوين من أعضاء المجلس التنفيذي وهما المكلفتان بشؤون النوع الاجتماعي والشباب لعرض تقديمي. أولا أود أن أدعو الدكتورة سيسيل المعنية بشؤون النوع الاجتماعي. تفضلي. تفضلي دكتورة سيسيل.
Is it over to me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the slide up? Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished members of the Executive Council. As the Executive Council Gender Focal, it is my pleasure to provide a brief update on the progress achieved in implementing the WMO Gender Action Plan, and to share some recommendations to further advance gender equality across WMO and its constituent bodies. I am pleased to report that in 2025, notable progress was made across several areas of the Gender Action Plan, including strategic planning, governance, communications, and capacity development. Under strategic planning, WMO achieved gender parity targets at the highest levels of decision-making, reaching the 40% benchmark for women's representation at the later sessions of Congress and the Executive Council in 2025. While further efforts are still needed across other governing bodies, incremental progress is being made towards strengthening gender balance in the technical commissions and the research board. The EC Gender Focal Report reflects gender composition data from 2025, and more recent updates from 2026 indicate continued progress across areas. As of 2026, for example, the 40% target has been achieved by the subsidiary bodies of CIRCOM, the research board, and the regional associations, with CIRCOM reaching 42%, the regional associations reaching 47%, and the regional associations reaching 47% women's representation. INFCOM remains below the target at 28%, but also continues to make steady progress. In the area of governance, I am pleased to report the establishment of the WMO Gender Network, which was developed with the support of the Secretariat and now comprises 114 member-nominated gender focal points. It brings together gender focal points from members, constituent bodies, and the Secretariat to strengthen collaboration, support implementation of the Gender Action Plan across the organization. The network held its inaugural meeting in March of 2026 in commemoration of International Women's Day. On communications, an online community of practice and a collaboration hub workspace were established to facilitate ongoing exchanges among gender focal points, promote gender responsive practices, and share experiences across regions. These platforms also help spotlight women leaders advancing weather, climate, and water across members. Regarding capacity development, the Gender Network has confirmed key priorities for 2026, including mentorship opportunities for youth and young women in STEM, the sharing of gender mainstreaming practices across regions, leveraging International Observance Days to promote women's empowerment and leadership. Since its launch, the community of practice has supported exchanges among gender focal points on these priority areas. Participation is growing and engagement continues to develop across the network with contributions and interactions through the platform. To further support participation, the Secretariat has introduced a bi-monthly Gender Network Digest to summarize discussions, share updates, and highlight contributions from across the Gender Network community. So before I go to the recommendations, just want to summarize what the Gender Network and with the help of the Secretariat has been able to accomplish in the last few months. Create the Gender Network with over 100 members, created a platform, two platforms for encouraging ongoing engagement by women and other people who are working in this space and need the support and would like to interact with each other. And also launching the digest, which is not a trivial number of things to accomplish in such a short time. So building on this progress, I would like to offer 3 recommendations for the consideration of the Executive Council. First, I encourage EC members to support the nomination of gender focal points at the national level to strengthen representation across all members and regions in the Global Gender Network. This can be done directly by all agency approvers through the WMO Contacts Directory. And as a reminder, the gender focal can be a man. I'm happy to share that at that first inaugural meeting we had, there were a number of men present for that meeting. Second, I invite nominated gender focal points to actively participate in network meetings and to engage in the community of practice in order to strengthen collaboration and advance gender equality across the community. And finally, I encourage WMO constituent bodies, including EC subsidiary bodies and technical commissions, to continue working towards achieving at least the 40% gender parity and to support nomination of qualified women in the Gender Action Plan commitments. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك الدكتورة سيسيل وشكرا على وقتك للمنظمة. شكرا. إذن هل يوجد أي تعليق أو أسئلة؟ تفضل. Lisk, تفضل.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. And yeah, just to add my congratulations, great presentation, fantastic work on behalf of the Secretariat. You heard the figures for CIRCOM in terms of subsidiary body representation. I'm really proud of the fact in the management group, we have 16 members of the CIRCOM management group, and we have 9 women and 8 men. So actually, you know, that actually exceeds the 50%. Good news. We also, if you look at the Technical Commission reports, we held a gender mainstreaming workshop virtually that had 250 participants in it, generated 30 excellent case studies, and we'll be looking to publish the outcomes of that very, very soon. Thank you.
شكرا لك سيدي، شكرا. تفضل سيد مينغو.
Gracias, presidente. Quiero ser breve nada más. Estoy de acuerdo también con otros colegas cuando hablaban de la formación y no tomar en cuenta tal vez ciertas cuestiones, pero quiero aclarar de que en el Servicio Meteorológico Paraguayo tenemos 100% de pronosticadoras. 24 horas atendemos y la mayoría es de damas, entonces estoy agradecido por el trabajo que están haciendo también y que quiero poner ese toque de atención también. En la región estamos trabajando bastante con el tema de mujeres y varones, ¿verdad? Hablando bien claro acá, male and female. Entonces, muchas gracias y sigamos adelante.
شكرا لك سيد، شكرا. إذا مجددا شكرا لك دكتور سيسيل، شكرا. ثانيا أود أن أدعو السيدة لي المعنية بشؤون الشباب، تفضلي.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. As the youth focal point of the Executive Council, I will provide an overview of the strong progress made since the adoption of the Youth Action Plan in the Extraordinary Congress last year. The plan sets out 4 pillars of governance, capability development, human resource and communications, outreach and partnerships, supported by monitoring and evaluation arrangements. Under governance, the frameworks and structures have been established. The first Youth Focal Point coordination meeting was held in Tokyo in January this year. It was a very good initial meeting that led to the establishment of the WMO Youth Network and a 2026 implementation roadmap across the 4 pillars. We are grateful to the Japan Meteorological Agency for hosting and supporting this process, which provided the structure for smooth implementation of the plan. This was followed very soon after by the first meeting of the National Youth Focal Points. There was strong support of members, WMO bodies, and the Secretariat to nominate more than 100 youth focal points by March 2026. Introductory meetings of youth focal points in all 6 regions of the WMO have also been conducted for them to network and understand the tools and resources made available by the Secretariat. On capacity development, an onboarding survey of youth capacity building needs was conducted. Efforts are underway to secure training opportunities for youth through partnerships. This includes a WMO-UNITA MOU to strengthen the practical skills of youth focal points and young professionals in areas such as leadership, science communication, and project management. Communications and outreach efforts have also been stepped up. To support monitoring and accountability, a Youth Action Plan tracker for members, together with a draft end-of-year survey structure, has been developed. Following the initial meetings, the next phase will be for the youth to flesh out initiatives to shape their youth network. Having attended some of these youth meetings myself, I wanted to share a couple of observations. First, the level of energy among the youth is excellent, with very high level of engagement at the meetings, as evidenced by the very fast pace of work that we have seen in the past few months. And of course, credit also goes to Theo and members of his team at the Secretariat for pushing us to get things done and pulling people together. And I find that this is very promising for the future of our Met community. Second, the youth are great, not just coming up with challenges, but also coming up with ideas and solutions to challenges raised by other youth. And there is a strong sense of wanting to maximize what they can do together as a community. So given this energy and this level of engagement, I encourage the Executive Council members to continue your support for youth in your NMHSs and the WMO community, and also to nominate your youth focal points if you haven't already. Thank you.
شكرا لك سيدة لي. هل يوجد أي تعليق أو ملاحظات أو أسئلة يا السيدة لي؟ رهام تفضلي.
Thank you. We appreciate the transparency in receiving these reports from our focal points. In reference to both of these reports, the subjects do not align with our member state views on the matter. We would like to make a statement that is reflected in our meeting report. Thank you.
شكرا لك سيدتي. سارة جونز تفضلي.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Ms. Coe, for your presentation of your work as the youth focal point, and to Theo for the work that he does here. And we're very pleased that we've been able to identify two active young colleagues who are active in the German Meteorological Society and at DWD, and I'm sure they will benefit from the work they're doing here. Thank you.
شكرا لك. إذن لا أرى أي تعليق. يرجى من الأمانة العامة إضافة الملاحظات التي ذكرت. شكرا لكم. والآن أود أن أعطي الكلمة للدكتور ستيفانو لتقديم مسودة مشروع القرار 2/1 والمتعلقة بالتقارير. تفضل ستيفانو.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I would like to go back a moment to draft decision 2/1, which was kept open so that you could hear all the reports of the various bodies, also in relation to the agenda items. And before you have this draft decision in 3 points, which is simply to take note of the various reports with no further comment on that. And then to confirm the action taken by the President on behalf of the Council. And finally, to note the specific recommendations from the different bodies, entities of the WMO are reported and considered under the relevant agenda items. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا ستيفانو. أي تعليق على 2/1؟ إذا نعتمد مسودة مشروع القرار 2-1. إذا نعتمد. شكرا لكم. والآن نعطي فريق الجلسة لإعلانتهم إن وجدت. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will have in this room here, Salobasi, we're going to have the Agricultural Innovation Mechanism for Scale, known as AIM for Scale. This side event is convened on the sideline of the WMO's 2026 Executive Council in collaboration with the United Arab Emirates National Center for Meteorology. It will explore how the Agricultural Innovation Mechanism for Scale, or known as AIM for Scale, supports the generation and delivery of weather information for farmers, leveraging AI tools to deliver localized, timely services. Please do participate to take advantage of innovative AI events. And this session or this event is co-hosted by our president. All interested participants are warmly invited to join this session. Thank you.
شكرا لك سيدي، وننتظركم في فعالية Aim to Scale، مبادرة Aim to Scale. والآن أعلن نهاية الجلسة المسائية. تفضل إيفان. تفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder to the members of the management group of Regional Association 4 that we also have a meeting at 5, that will be convened in the press room. So members of Regional Association 4, it's a closed meeting. This is the management group. Thank you.
شكرا لك. إذن نعلن